Good morning.
Paul over here. Obviously, a big, pay-per-view fight week. You're not unaccustomed to preparing for these high-level opponents and these big fight cards. But a guy like Bo Nickal, he's not really tested in the UFC and just very early into his MMA career. But just kind of looking at the hype around him, outside of the top 5, he might be the biggest fight in this division. So I'm just curious if you agree with that assessment before your fight.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But he's still a little green in the collar. He might have all that credential in the world of wrestling, but this sport is not wrestling. We incorporate wrestling, and it's like only having a knife in a gunfight. You need to have all the tools, and I believe that my tool belt is much more equipped than his, but only Saturday night can show that. And I do believe the roots to my victory is going to be that jiu-jitsu base.
He said, when he fought, or he matched up with Gordon Ryan for that, that grappling match, that he only had 2 jiu-jitsu classes ever. Now he's, training full-time at ATT in preparation for this. So, he's always said, you can train wrestling as much as you want, but I've been doing this my whole life. So on the flip side, is there, anything that he can learn in these last few weeks that can prepare him for someone that's, someone like you that's been doing jiu-jitsu his whole life?
I don't believe you can prepare, but I don't believe you can learn everything there is to know. Like, I'm never ever going to out-wrestle Bo Nickal. We know that. And we went into the camp knowing that. So what you need to do is prepare adequately. So, will Bo take me down? Yes. Will that be a bad idea for Bo? I do believe so. I believe that if you pin me on my back, that's where I'm most dangerous. And we've seen it against people like when I've been on my back against Krylov, when I've been on my back against Jamal Hill. This is where I'm most dangerous. So I do believe that his game plan should not be to take me down and have me flat on my back.
So kind of going off of that, when we see guys that are 2 high-level grapplers, sometimes it can just turn into a striking battle because you kind of negate each other's strengths. So do you see anything from his striking at all, like from what little we've seen, that will pose any threat to you?
Yeah, he's a very good striker. He's got power in his hands. He's very, very quick. But I do believe my striking's just a little bit longer and I can use that range. The reason we moved out in middleweight was to gain that advantage in size. And I've showcased it against people like Munoz in London, where I use my length, I use my range to manipulate the distance between the fight, and I'm looking to incorporate that in this fight.
Did you have to bring in anyone specific, like just high-level wrestlers, or can you just find like high-level grapplers that can kind of mimic him?
Yeah, it's always good to have somebody who's very similar, and we did bring in a wrestler, a Serbian wrestler, and he made a huge difference to my camp. But as I said, it's not about what he can do, it's about what I can do, and that's how I'm moving forward with this fight.
And then just last one for me, can I get your thoughts on the main event between John and Stipe? Who you think will win?
This is it's a beautiful fight. We're going to get to see the GOAT in MSG against the greatest heavyweight of all time. I do believe John has got the credentials to beat him. I'm not writing off Stipe because there's always that puncher's chance and he does hit hard, but I just believe Jones is going to be too much for him.
Paul, to your right. To your right.
Oh, sorry.
You mentioned that obviously you're super dangerous on the ground. He's known for his wrestling. You mentioned him taking you down. Do you think he's going to want to take you down?
I don't think so. I think if he's taking me down, it's to score points rather than hold me there. The vast majority of people I've went up against and have done well against me have not entered my guard. When you look at Kyle Barallo in the last fight, any time that went to the ground, he just wanted to stand up. When you look at when I fought Ozdemir in London, the same thing. Any time it went to this area on the mat, he decided he didn't want to engage in that. So in my opinion, I do believe that it's a bad place for him to be. I might not get you within the first couple of minutes, but I will eventually get you, and we've seen it happen. Krylov looked like he was raining down heavy shots onto my face. It looked like it was all over for Paul, and just when they thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
So you've been fighting ranked fighter after ranked fighter. Now you get called to fight a prospect. When you got that call, were you really surprised to hear Bo Nickal's name?
No, I kind of thought it was coming. After my last fight against Kyle, I had to think about where I was going because I was coming off of 2 losses as a middleweight. I've always wanted to be a title contender. I've always wanted to be a champion, be in that top 15 in any division. But after Kyle, I had to reassess that and was like, right, it's a little bit out of my reach at the moment. I'm maybe 2-3 fights away from it. And it needs to be about, right, what gets me excited, and it's fights. And this is a fight that gets me excited. This is a fight that motivates me. This is a fight and a venue and a card that gets Paul Craig excited to go in and showcase his jiu-jitsu. This is potentially the hardest I've ever worked in my UFC career. I've given it all in that, in my camp, and I believe it's going to showcase it on Saturday night.
Last question from me. You've beaten some really good guys. People are saying that you're his first real test, but he does a lot of media, he does his own podcast, and he's constantly asked about other fighters. Do you think he's looking past you?
It would be dangerous for him to look past me. It's always dangerous to look past your opponent. Give them the respect they deserve. I hope he's not looking past me, and I hope he brings his A game. His wrestling is what has got him to this, where he is in his career. But I do believe that my jiu-jitsu is what is going to be his kryptonite on Saturday night.
Paul, right here.
Yeah.
Not that you're looking past Bo at all, but UFC did announce a card for London in March. Interested in that card at all?
Yeah, London is a good stomping ground for me. I've had some of my biggest wins in London. Always good to not travel, and it's always good to give back to UK fans. So I would love to be involved in that, but as you said, it's about getting the job done on Saturday night, first and foremost.
And just talking about Saturday, I don't know if you've seen this at all, but President Trump, Bo Nickal, seem to be pretty good buds in that sense. So how does it feel that the President of the United States is not necessarily rooting against you, but rooting for your opponent?
Yeah, I imagine the President probably is rooting for the Scottish guy to lose, but I'll be waiting at his golf course for him in Scotland. But no, it's good that it's bringing eyes to the sport. A guy like Bo Nickal, with all his credentials, of course he's going to get a love and respect from media and presidents and everybody else. But what you need to remember is this sport is not wrestling. This sport is mixed martial arts, and it's the UFC mixed martial arts. It's at the highest level, and I do believe he hasn't faced an opponent quite as hungry as me.
And last one from me. Do you have any thoughts on UFC bringing back the old gloves for this event? Or did you want to try or use the new ones, or are you indifferent?
Yeah, I've not had the experience of using the new gloves yet. Looking at the data, I think they're saying that reduces knockouts, and I believe that's probably a factor for them bringing in the old gloves. If it's not broke, why change it? I'm happy using both new and old.
Paul, right here.
Yes,
You have a pair of young Scottish fighters with you this week, Sean and Stephen Clancy. Can you just tell me about how those guys help you despite being less experienced than you?
Yeah, young Sean and Stephen are two of the up-and-coming guys within this sport in the UK scene. It's more about them getting the opportunity to come here and experience what it's like to be backstage at the UFC. I'm at the point in my career where it's about giving back and it's not taking for the sport. So if I can help as many young fighters as I possibly can, then that's what I'm going to do. Sean has showcased his prowess in Cage Warriors. I do believe that he's going to get an opportunity in the UFC within the next year or two, and he's a dangerous, hungry young guy. I believe that he could step into this octagon Saturday night and get a victory over the vast majority of that roster.
You've made a career out of finishing these young up-and-coming fighters that end up being the next big thing. Could you see Bo Nickal having success in the UFC despite you having a win over him?
Yeah, it looks like if Paul Craig beats you, you've got the minerals to become a champion. When you think about Ankalaev, when you think about Khalil Roundtree, you think about Jamal Hill, there's people who have went up against and have went on to do amazing things within this sport. I do believe Bo Nickal has all the credentials and all the skill set to be a champion, but he's just got to get through me first. And I do believe that it's a tough fight for him. Like, there was a reason he dragged his heels with signing the contract, because is it an easy fight for him? No, it's certainly not. There's easier fights out there, and I believe that it's going to be an absolute barn burner on Saturday night.
You talked about the importance of being on a card at MSG, headlined by John Jones. Were you able to say that you've checked two big things off of your bucket list this week?
Yeah, definitely. Getting to come to New York as a fan and step out in front of the MSG is something that all fighters want to do within their career. When you think about where I've been as a fighter, this is my 27th fight as a UFC fighter. fighting in places like the Staple Arena, fighting in Rio, fighting in the London O2, Glasgow Hydro, fighting in T-Mobile Arena. It's the who's who, and this is one of these places that I've just checked off on my list. And as you say, I have the card with John Jones versus Stipe Miocic, potentially Jones's last fight. This is the stuff that gets me excited and gets my juices flowing, we can say.
Just one more. Did you say that Bo dragged his feet when signing this contract? What did you mean by that?
Yeah, when we were offered this fight, we signed that contract within a couple hours. And it just felt like it took maybe like 10 days for them to send back the contract. And I don't know if it was maybe he's on holiday, there's a whole host of reasons what it could be, but it just felt like it took a little bit longer than most people would have when they get a contract to fight.
Thank you. So what do you think is the best scenario for Bo Nickal in this fight? Will he strike or will he wrestle? Where do you think he's thinking of the weakness of you? Maybe just where do you think he sees the best scenario for him for this fight?
Space is not going to be Bo Nickal's friend in this fight. I believe that the way he's going to employ his game plan is to take away my space. Because if I don't have the space, I can't utilise my length. If I don't have the space in the ground, I can't utilise my jiu-jitsu. So if I was Bo Nickal, what I would do is I would hold for dear life. But I believe that my skill set can just get a little bit of space, and if I get a little bit of space, it's a dangerous situation for Bo Nickal to be involved in.
I see. Thank you. And one more question. It has become very iconic, like it's kind of becoming iconic for the strikers to sign themselves in the center of the octagon and like call their opponents for the stand and bang. And we have never seen anything like this from the wrestlers, but it would be like really enjoyable for me personally. For I know many people around the world. So, do you think it can be a future for like wrestling showdowns like this one? Would you enjoy doing this? Would we see anything like this from you tomorrow or anytime soon?
So you mean like point to the floor and bum scoot across the mat?
Yeah, like doing the wrestling exchange, like in the center of the octagon, calling for it.
Yeah, so I am a fan of this sport, and I love when the strikers point to the mat and let's go. But I'm a smart guy. I know I get punched in the face for a living, but I don't want to go into a gunfight. That's not worth it. It's a 50-50 sometimes, and if you've worked so hard in your career to get to a point where you're going to try and win a match using the best skill you can, then pointing to the middle of the mat and just going into a gunfight is not the best scenario, and especially not for me. I don't want to take any extra damage. I would like to get in there, get the job done using jiu-jitsu and keep my looks as they kind of are.
I see. Thank you very much.
Mike, over here to your left.
What's up?
Sorry, brother. I mean, you've been up here doing media, press conferences, scrums for a while, but this is the first time it's been on a fight week for quite some time. I'm assuming you are as desperate to get in that cage as you've ever been this Saturday.
Yeah. Looking back over the last 2 years, I had my moments. I had, moments of doubt, moments of wanting things to move forward, wanting to get to the next thing, wanting fights to be booked, wanting all of those different things. But now as I sit here confidently in this chair, I know that 2 years happened for me. And it was a really, really, really good process for me as a human being, as an athlete. And I'm the happiest, the healthiest, and the hardest to kill that I've ever been right now. And I'm excited to go compete.
We've spoken about what some of the outside looking in people would have to say about your hiatus, and we know that there are people who judge you for doing that. But what lessons have you learned that maybe us on the outside looking in wouldn't have realized or wouldn't realize you could learn?
It's a great question. I mean, there's so many, man. I will look back and some of them haven't even hit me yet. But patience is a virtue, right? It is one of the most important attributes that we can have as human beings. Yet sometimes when you flex extreme patience, you flex that extreme patience muscle, people question it, right? And yeah, it made a lot of sense. I understand what people were saying. I get it. But ultimately, whether people think that I was being hindered by and governed by outside circumstances, or whether or not they thought I was not in control, some of that is true and some of that is not true. At any given time, I could have called Hunter, called Dana, said, I'm off this train. Forget Connor. Give me the next guy. So I chose to wait. Maybe that's just me taking extreme accountability, which I think is a superpower. And I also just know who Michael Chandler is outside of fighting inside of an octagon. All the businesses I've been working on, spending so much time with my wife and my sons, really building myself up. I mean, if you look at my track record, you look at my strength of schedule, you look at the guys that I have fought in the first 26 months, six training camps, 5 fights. Every single fight was do or die, fight of the night, fight of the year, knockout of the year, debut of the year. It was just a crazy run. And a little bit of time off was not what I wanted, but it was what I needed. So the sport was taken away from me for about 1.5 years until I got into that Connor camp, and then there was a little bit of a lull to go into this Charles camp, and I'm happy it happened.
Charles Oliveira, you had one hand on the UFC title in that fight with Charles. There is a world where if you zag instead of zig this weekend, that he could maybe stop you from getting that title again, or even steal the Conor fight from you. In that sense, has Charles sort of become this manifestation of someone in your way, a roadblock that you have to overcome for your career to reach the heights that you want to reach?
That's a great perspective. I mean, I guess, yeah, you could definitely say that. I just think the way that I see it is that this is the way that it was always supposed to be. That this opportunity, getting my hand raised on Saturday night, gets me to the #1 contender spot, and I fight for the title next. And it just so happens that it's the guy who shattered my dreams of becoming the lightweight champion. In this sport, almost does not count. You could have 10 other referees in that fight with me and Charles at UFC 262, and maybe the other 10 step in. I have not hung my hat on that. I have no regrets. I'm not mad at the sport. That's the way the sport goes. But yeah, ultimately, Charles is just another guy with 2 arms and 2 legs who's my size, and I get to perform in front of a Madison Square Garden crowd, get to blow the roof off the place, steal the show, and to reintroduce myself to the mixed martial arts world and the sporting world of who I am, why I fight, and who I fight for, and it's going to be a blast. And I think you could not have scripted it any better. People love a comeback story, and this one's going to be special.
Last one for me. If Charles gets your back, are you going to jump and slam yourself backwards again, or are you going to move on from that?
I don't know, because I don't know who Charles is fighting. I don't know that guy. He makes ill-advised decisions at times. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. It will be vintage Michael Chandler, foot on the gas and nonstop action. So don't blink and buy that pay-per-view.
Mike, right here. Normally when you get, there's like a highlight reel finish from one guy, when the rematch possibly comes around, they seem kind of reluctant to take that rematch because their thought process is like, what can I do to top that first performance? Charles, that was the peak of his career, some would say, and then now he's rematching you and there's no belt on the line in the co-main event. Were you surprised that he even accepted this when they presented it to him?
Not surprised at all. I mean, Charles would fight anybody. Charles will fight anybody. I realize the man I'm up against. I realize the dangers that he poses. He is a decorated veteran, decorated former champion, and a decorated former foe of mine who beat me. I think, in these type of situations, there's a lot of talks that are happening behind the scenes. I mean, it just depends on what your motivation is. I think Charles Oliveira's motivation is his conversations with the UFC go very simple in Portuguese. I want to fight for the title, and I'm sure the UFC said, okay, if you want to fight for the title, you got to get through this guy. This is the guy. And when his name got thrown out there after the Conor stuff started falling through and it looked like he wasn't coming back anytime soon, Charles Oliveira is the perfect opponent for me. It is the perfect time, and you could not have scripted it any better. So I'm not surprised whatsoever because Charles is a stud.
And there's like a group of lightweights, like you, Poirier, Charles, like you always seem one win away. Like even if you lose 2 in a row, you win, you could fight for the title next. Like, do you kind of agree with that? Like you're in that group of like Dustin lost, but then he won, and all of a sudden he's fighting for the title again.
Yeah, I mean, it's track record, it's strength of schedule. I'm just happy I'm in this position now. No, I don't even have a fraction of the UFC fights that Poirier has, or Charles has, or some of these guys. But now I've been in the UFC long enough and fought the toughest guys, and obviously knocked out Dan Hooker. Now Dan Hooker's ranked ahead of me because he has come back and had a resurgence. I mean, it's the most violent and the most exciting division in the UFC, in the sporting world. And I am so blessed to be a part of it, so blessed to be in it. And on Saturday night, I will be very blessed to be the highest ranked guy in it, not named Arman Sarukian or Islam Makhachev, and solidifying myself as the #1 contender.
Then just last one for me. Can I just get your thoughts on the main event between John and Stipe?
Man, the 2 heavyweight goats, it's going to be exciting. I mean, obviously, you look at both guys' attributes, both being out of competition for a little while, it brings a certain amount of intrigue and mystique when guys have been out for a while. Man, you got John Jones, who is everybody's GOAT, definitely Dana's GOAT. And then you got Stipe, who has so many tools, and they're both exciting. I mean, we're talking about a heavyweight fight. Sometimes heavyweight fights can tend to be a little bit boring, a little bit slow. These guys are out for blood. These guys are out for a finish from the first bell to the last bell. So make sure you buy that pay-per-view early.
Mike, right here. You mentioned you'll be the highest ranked guy besides the next 2 we expect to fight for the title. That fight could maybe happen in January. Then if it's Islam, it could be a break for Ramadan and stuff. So ideally in your mind, when you think about fighting for the title, what does the timeline for that look like?
Yeah, obviously it's not up to me. It depends on how it all plays out. And that's, I've laid out my roadmap on camera, on the microphone. Obviously, you still got the Conor fight. That's a possibility, depending on when he gets his house in order and when he comes back and when all that stuff gets figured out. I think it's a fight that Conor wants. It's a fight that I want. We need to finish TUF 31. So that could be something that happens in between. And I'm a guy who wants to lay all my chips on the table at times. I'm not afraid to lay all my chips on the table and bet on myself to say, hey, you've already secured a title shot, but now Conor's coming back. You want to take that before you fight for the title to possibly take the chance of losing it? We'll see what happens. I'm not saying yes to that. I'm not saying no to that. But I also don't know if I want to be off from November all the way to June, July, whenever it may be. I just spent 2 years on the sidelines. I don't believe this whole age thing. I don't believe in ring rust. I feel 25. I feel the most dangerous I ever have been. But the clock is always ticking, and I don't like to waste time. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, how it plays out. I don't know if I want to wait till June or July or whenever it is, because obviously he's got to go into training camp after Ramadan, which ends in March, then April and May. So we'll see how it plays out.
And you obviously are one of the most exciting fighters in the sport.
The most. I am the most, absolutely. And you guys will remember on Saturday night.
And, that has been for better or worse sometimes, right? And you hear fighters giving analysis of this, and they're just like, I hope Michael Chandler can contain that part of him that's been in there. Is that something you have been working on at all through this time? And will any of that work, if so, matter when there's 20,000 people screaming inside Madison Square Garden?
Madison Square Garden does things to a man when he's locked inside of an octagon that few will ever be able to experience, and you cannot put it into words. But that's also why I took this fight, and that's also another layer of the story. A guy who has not won a fight in Madison Square Garden. I have not won a fight in Madison Square Garden. Once again, it's another hill to climb. It's another opportunity to prove to myself that I have continued to grow. You're going to see a lot different version of me. As I've said, Chandler 1.0 was out for blood. Chandler 2.0 is out for the belt. That does not mean it's going to be any less exciting. It does not mean that I'm going to take my foot off the gas. It does not mean it's going to be any less violent, because I only know how to fight one way, and that is extremely fast-paced and extremely violent. It's just going to be a little bit more calculated, and I will separate Charles Oliveira from consciousness on Saturday night.
Michael, to your right. To your right.
Yes, sir.
You talked about your all these things that you've done since you lay off. You've got investing in houses and all this. During this time off, you ever just say to yourself, I'm set, screw it, retire?
No, I have not, man. If anything, it made me, unfortunately for my wife, or even my managers who are like, hey, man, why don't you hang it up? They'll think about hanging it up sometime soon. I'm like, man, I feel like I just turned back the hands of time. I think I just fell in love even more with the sport. I mean, absence makes the heart grow fonder. And it's exactly what I needed. I fell even more in love with the sport, even through the trials and the ups and the downs and all the stuff I had to deal with. That is, being a part of the last 2 years with the whole Conor situation. But now I've got a new lease on life. I've got a new lease on this career. The vision seems so much more clear, and honestly, the sport seems freaking easy. The sport seems so much easier than it was a couple years ago. And sometimes things need to be taken away from you to have a different perspective on it. Getting locked into an octagon against Charles Oliveira is not an easy task. I don't want to make it sound like this is easy, but just my perspective of the sport is just an easier, it's a lighter load. It's a less of a burden, and I'm excited to go compete.
With this win, you said you expect to fight for a title. You kind of mentioned Islam, but Arman Sarukian's another option if he wins. I mean, what's your take on that fight? Do you think he's got a good chance?
I think if you look at history and their first fight together, obviously it was a barn burner. It was pretty close in a lot of people's eyes. I don't know if I've actually watched that fight. I've just heard from people that it was close. But Arman obviously beat Oliveira last fight. Arman has been charging forward. I think right now I will be surprised if Arman pulls it off. I think Islam has continued to solidify himself as the best lightweight in the world by far with his performances, and I have no problem saying that. His hands are getting better. He just outstruck Poirier. He can outgrapple anybody. And I think he truly is doing it for more than just the punches, kicks, knees, and elbows and being the UFC champ and the glitz and glam. He's got something deeper that he's fighting for. He's fighting for an entire village, an entire portion of the country, an entire religion, and an entire legacy for himself and also Habib and Habib's father. So it's something special. It's a beautiful story. And I think Islam's going to get his hand raised. And I think it's once again, the perfect story that for me to avenge the loss against Oliveira and then fight a guy who's even more highly regarded than Charles Oliveira, and that's Islam Makhachev.
You've always come off as a very genuine guy in this sport, very honest and open. Another guy similar to that is in your division, Dustin Poirier, but he doesn't like you. He's called you fake. He's called you a dirty fighter. I know you bickered back and forth on Twitter. Is that someone that you're saying, hey, if I'm not getting a title shot, let's run that one back? 'Cause, I mean, it was a great fight already, and now you guys got some personal beef.
Yeah, I mean, not really. I mean, Dustin's got to win over me. He's never going to take the chance of one of his last couple fights to put that on the line and lose to me and have that stain on him the rest of his life. So I know that for sure, and I'm not really worried about it. I mean, I will be ranked ahead of him Saturday night at midnight when I beat Charles Oliveira, and we've got other options. I mean, Max for the BMF belt. Islam for the title, obviously. You still got the Conor fight. You still got the Tough 31, finishing that, which needs to be finished. We had a contract signed. I mean, there's a lot of options for me, and I don't think he's necessarily one of them at all. But maybe someday we'll squash the beef. Probably not. I think we will at some point. Right now, we're just two dudes in the same division, looking toward the same thing.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, on your left. So I wanted to ask about the fight you just mentioned. So we're talking about your options, which are not a few, but you said that you want to fight earlier than June or July. And fight with Max Holloway makes a lot of sense in my mind because of, like you were saying that you are the most exciting fighter in the UFC right now. Probably Max is somewhere there too because like people love to see Max fight. I personally would love to see you and Max fight for BMF. Do you think that this could be an option for you to fight earlier than June or July, maybe fight in spring, or maybe also a trilogy with Charles could be an option? What do you think are your options in general besides McGregor, besides the title fight? Because there are lots of reasons why those could not happen before summer, and you want to fight before summer. So what are your options? What do you think they are?
Yeah, I mean, I think Max would be the top on that list. But, you know, at this point, you know, that BMF belt, putting it on the line, plus the rankings, I will be ranked ahead of him at this point. I know he's now moving up to lightweight, and I'm happy for him for that. I mean, Max, cutting weight is the worst part about the sport, and obviously him going down to 145, continuing to go down to 145, was probably not fun for him. So Max entering into the division that is already stacked, already the most exciting in the UFC, is nothing but great for all of us and for the UFC and for the fans. I think Max would be a great option. You got to put that BMF belt on the line, though. So we'll see how it all plays out.
Thank you. And also, is there anybody else you think you would fight, like maybe you would enjoy fighting in the future in the lightweight division, maybe some new names, maybe anybody you are thinking about would make great fight against Chandler?
There's some fights at 170 that I would love. Going up to 170, I really enjoyed a training camp at 170. The hoodwink, the facade of, oh my gosh, I get to go do a whole training camp and then fight at 170 and not have to cut down to 155, which is not an easy task for me. The only reason I've never missed weight and the only reason I've never pulled out of a fight is because I have extreme discipline and I live like a champion. But it is an absolute bear to be where I'm at right now. But it's all part of the job. But some fights at 170 will be awesome. We kicked around some ideas, but obviously we landed on Charles because originally I wanted to stay at 170 because I had already prepared my body and mind for a 170 fight for a year and a half, the better part of a year and a half. But I was able to improvise, adapt, and overcome and get myself down to where I need to be, and I'm going to perform like a bat out of hell on Saturday night at 155.
Thank you. And who do you think, like, who's the top of your mind? Who's the first name that you think of, like, fighting in 170? About the exciting fight, about the entertaining fight, and so on. Who's the right opponent for you right now?
Colby comes to mind at 170. I think that'd be a fun one. Obviously, I'm in a ridiculously awesome spot right now. When I beat Charles Oliveira, it's hard to even think about the fights at 170 when you're about to fight for the title. I feel I'm one win away from the title at 155, but there's so many fun fights up there. So we'll see.
Thank you.
You mentioned back here.
Yeah, right here. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
So, Mike, obviously you fought Charles before, and kind of going into that fight, there was like a school of thought with Charles that he fades in these fights, right? He doesn't come back, like he's not going to be there. He showed against you that wasn't necessarily the case. He kind of erased that narrative as the champion. How did he kind of defy maybe some of your expectations, if he did, in that one, and how is that perception of him maybe changed during his time as champion?
I love it because nobody wants to be known as a quitter. Nobody wants to be known as unreliable. Nobody wants to be known as the guy who doesn't perform under the lights. But that's who Charles Oliveira was for a while, and I think that's not a knock on him. It's okay for all of us to go through our ups and downs and our peaks and our valleys and grow as a human being. A little kid from the favelas with a big dream ends up becoming UFC champion, but it wasn't without a little bit of hardship and a little bit of real criticism that he deserved. He was losing fights that he shouldn't have lost. He was missing weight, which is the biggest pet peeve of mine. We are supposed to be professionals. But then he was able to put it all together. And he has put it all together. And he has erased all of that. Now, with that being said, I think, I said in an interview yesterday, everyone's got a little bit of quit in them no matter what, no matter how tough you are, right? It's just about finding that chink in their armor, finding that crack, pushing them to that point. But Charles has continued to elevate that portion of him. And I believe I'm fighting the best Charles Oliveira that we have ever seen, the most dangerous Charles Oliveira that we have ever seen. And when the stakes are high, I decided to turn it on, and I'm excited about it.
And part of that, time as champion was also that the fight that was supposed to be a title fight. There was the whole thing with the scale. Like, obviously, you say it's a pet peeve of yours, but
Yeah, I made weight that. I made weight that day, no problem. So
you.
yeah, F the scale, make weight.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Right.
So, over here, Mike, one question. The life of a fighter, the career of a fighter is an extremely unique job. For you, what do you see as some of like the most important characteristics and traits for someone to compete and be successful in this job?
You can think about the very surface level stuff, toughness and hard work and willingness to engage and all of those things. But that's all the physical part of this sport. The mental and the spiritual side is so much more important. The patience, the ability to see the future, the ability to engage in delayed gratification nonstop, knowing that no matter what I do today, it will pay off at some point, because eventually the hard work does pay off. You just have to still be standing there to receive it when it does. And that's what I tell all these young guys. It is not about being successful at 22. It's not about being in the biggest fights at 23. It's about being a guy like me who's past 35. I'm 38 years old, and you get into these positions like this. You want to have longevity in the sport because it can be a long, long, long career for you, very fruitful, very successful, and take care of your body. Your body is your greatest asset for every single one of you guys, every single human on the planet, but especially us professional athletes. Treat your body like it is the most important asset that you have, because it is. And it's no secret that I look the way that I look. It's no secret that I perform the way that I perform. It's no secret that I have been the way that I have been, especially for this long at this age. And it's an attention to detail that isn't really that hard. All you're doing is doing what you're supposed to be doing what you need to do, and not what you want to do. And that's really all it is. It's being surrounded by the best people possible, continuing to grow, and continuing to be the best version of yourself, and showing yourself grace when you lose, and patting yourself on the back when you win, and continuing to move forward. That's it.
Michael back here to the left. Hi. Just to piggyback off the stuff that you said earlier. Earlier this week, you talked about your father being in your corner on Saturday. So could you tell us what it would be like for you to get your first win at Madison Square Garden with your father right there by the cage?
It's going to be special, I think. I talked about my dad's hands the other day, and this camp has been very interesting. I've had this big old cut on my pinky finger for the last 4 weeks because it got ripped open on some gloves, and it's just in a really bad spot where it's just been cracked open the entire time. And I remember my dad's hands. It was something that I love still to this day so much about them. They're big, and they're cracked, and they're carpenter hands, and he has built this beautiful life for us and provided for his family with the hands that he had. And I know it might sound insignificant to so many people, but it was uniquely him. And my dad's only been in my corner one other time in the UFC thus far, and that was when I lost to Charles Oliveira, when I wanted to win that belt, and I wanted to put it on his shoulder. And now I get the opportunity to do that again. And I do not take the blessing of a second chance lightly. And to have him there, he doesn't know a thing about mixed martial arts and coaching me. He's just there to be a presence. He's there to be a manifestation and just to be there as a pillar for me, because yes, I am the hardest worker in the UFC, in the world of mixed martial arts, and I think in sports in general. Yes, I am the most disciplined man on the planet in sports, but it's only because I'm a byproduct of the example that I had from him and my mom, who worked tirelessly, nonstop, and never complained, and did what they had to do at all times. So that's why he's there, and I'm excited that I get that extra corner man for this one, and it's going to be a real special night for the Chandler family.
Just a real brief question. The weight cut has come up a few times. What is your normal walk-around weight? Excuse me. What is your normal walk-around weight?
It's up there. What's really funny about walk-around weights, right, is like a professional athlete might be carrying 25% body fat, and they call that their walk-around weight, when really their walk-around weight should be at whatever they weigh at, about maybe 12% body fat. I hit the 190s low 190s. I actually was in the low 190s when Hunter called me and said, hey, you want to do Oliveira? And I said, yeah, let's do Oliveira. I was like, he said, how about October 5th? I went into a straight up weight cut training camp right away. I was like, hey, I need a moment to find out if I can actually make weight that quickly because I've been preparing my body for 170. Lo and behold, here we are in Madison Square Garden. And yeah, so I hit the 90s, low 90s.
And if you don't mind, you may not want to say this, what's your current weight right now?
I'm not quite sure, actually. Somewhere around 170.
Hi, Michael. I saw, did you hear the words of Tomas Pinal that you are dangerous because you have no plans for the fight? You have no plan for the fight?
I think I did. I didn't hear the exact interview, but something of that sort, yeah.
Yes, what do you think about it? Is it true that you have no plan? Because I saw that you brought to this camp Dagestani grappler Abdulaziz Datsiev. It's because Charles Oliveira has 2 losses to the grapplers from Dagestan?
That's not exactly why. Aziz is just an awesome friend of mine, an awesome training partner. He's here. He will be sitting up here at some point. He is that good. But as far as plans, I've got a plan. Even more of a plan now than I ever have, to be honest with you. As I said, we got Chandler 1.0, Chandler 2.0, 2 different fighters, but it'll still be violent. And yeah, I'll be training with Aziz tonight, and we'll be getting after it, doing some grappling, doing some striking, all kinds of stuff.
Thank you.
Michael, over here to the left. Last time you fought Charles in Houston, you moved from the Fighter Hotel. What was the reason for that?
Did I?
I believe I heard you did.
I moved? Like I left the Fighter Hotel?
Fighter Hotel.
I don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
No, I don't think I did. Big Fighter Hotel guy.
Okay.
Big Fighter Hotel guy.
Nice.
Like, I mean, I love Fighter Hotels. I mean, this one's great. Thank you so much for this one.
Will you get paid same for the fight to fight Oliveira as you paid for the corner?
I'm loaded.
Eu só vou traduzir para você ter a noção do que foi falado. Você responde como você quiser.
Olha para a câmera. Good. Well, Karine, over here. Obviously, a big fight week here in New York City. I'm curious. A lot of people, they put you on this like these prospects to watch for in 2024. But you've been fighting for a long time. I think longer than a lot of people know. So I'm curious. Did you ever envision fighting in New York City, Madison Square Garden, on the main card of a UFC pay-per-view?
Tremenda de uma semana, Nova York, Madison Square Garden. Muitas pessoas colocam você na lista de, como você falou, prospectos, né, para o futuro, pessoas que você tem que, lutadoras que tem que observar porque estão chegando aí. Mas você lutou muito mais do que muita gente sabe que você lutou ao longo da tua vida. Ao longo dessa tua carreira, que é longa, você já tinha imaginado você lutar aqui em Nova York?
Obrigada pela pergunta. Eu acredito sim que todas essas lutas que eu fiz fora do UFC, essa bagagem, ia me trazer em algum lugar e me trouxe aqui. Eu estou muito feliz em estar aqui em Nova York, em poder lutar no Madison Square Garden, que é um grandioso palco. E eu estou feliz. Eu só estou muito feliz.
Thanks for the question. I do believe that all of the fights and all the stuff that I've done throughout, my past, my career, has given me like that, a baggage that would eventually lead to something like this. But I'm just very happy to be in this amazing stage, and very happy. That's all I can say.
And a fighter so new to the UFC doesn't normally get media days. They don't normally get put on the main card. But you're at media day. You're on the main card. You're the only female fight against Viviani. So I'm curious. I guess, do you feel like the UFC sees something special in you, and they're kind of pushing you, like putting you on this big card, on the main card, and giving you a media day?
E lutadores de uma maneira geral novos no UFC, né, pelo menos no UFC, não participam de media day como esse aqui, falando com toda a imprensa. Com uma coletiva, no caso, não estão no evento, no card principal, e você não somente está aqui fazendo Media Day, mas porque você está no card principal numa luta em Nova York, ou seja, a única luta feminina que a gente vai ter ali. Ou seja, você acha que isso é uma prova que você vê em você um potencial?
Eu acredito que sim, porque acho que todos os números que eu venho trazendo para o UFC acaba sendo uma situação, é uma consequência da outra. E eu treinei bastante no banheiro porque eu sabia que tudo isso ia acontecer. É tudo novo, é muito saboroso poder estar vivendo isso. E eu estou bem tranquila. Eu acredito que é o reconhecimento de todo o meu trabalho e da minha equipe. Então, está tudo bem.
I think that all the stuff that the numbers show, that whatever I was been able to put together, it's something the UFC sees it. I'll tell you, I was training in the bathroom for this, so I wouldn't be nervous talking to you guys. But I think it's amazing to be here. It's kind of delicious to have this experience and just enjoying it as much as possible.
And your opponent, Viviani, obviously she's been in the UFC for quite a while. She's fought a lot of former champions, former title contenders. I'm curious, what do you make of her skill set as a whole?
E sobre a Viviane, muito tempo no UFC já enfrentou ex-campeã, já enfrentou muita gente que estava tentando e já era realmente prospecto e estava ali na boca do caixa para conseguir um título. O que você vê, como é que você vê ela em termos de habilidades e como lutadora?
Eu vejo ela como uma oponente dura. Faz jus estar na 9ª colocação, mas a minha hora chegou, eu me preparei muito para isso, e esse é o próximo degrau que eu preciso subir. Então, construir durante todo o camp, e no sábado eu só vou pegar minha vitória.
She's a tough fighter. Obviously, the number 9 position in the ranking does her justice for everything that she's done, but I mean, it's my turn now. I think I've built a lot of this throughout camp, and on Saturday, it's my turn to grab that victory.
A lot of people label her as the gatekeeper to the top 10. Do you think that term is disrespectful, because considering everything she's done in the UFC?
Sabe, não sei se você viu eu falar esse termo, aquela pessoa que fica ali na porta, basicamente, quase que uma segurança, sabe? Leandro Chácara, que o pessoal fala na frente de botar. Então, ela basicamente está ali dizendo não passarás. O pessoal fala que ela é uma dessas que fala que não passarás no ranking. Como é que você vê ela assim, tentando bloquear, e o que você faz para conseguir passar por cima dela?
Eu acredito que tudo que precisava fazer para passar por ela já foi feito. Então, na minha cabeça, eu passei. E sábado eu só vou mostrar para todo mundo.
I think everything that was needed to, or will be needed to go through her and go through that gate has been done already. And I just believe that on Saturday you're gonna see it happening.
And then last one for me. Can I just get your thoughts on the main event between John and Stipe?
E, pergunta final dele, pensamento geral, o que você acha, o teu palpite entre John Jones e Stipe Miocic?
Eita, eu acho que o John Jones vai fazer uma luta dura, mas ele vence.
I think John Jones is gonna, have a tough fight ahead of him, but he wins.
Karine, to your right. I want to go back to 2019. You're on a 2-fight losing streak. Since that point, you've rattled off 9 straight wins, undefeated in the UFC. You actually took a step up in competition and looked better. What did you do so differently? Was it your mindset, something physically that make you so successful now, even though the competition is even better?
Vamos voltar para 2019. Foram 2 derrotas consecutivas na tua carreira. De repente, depois disso, 9 vitórias consecutivas. Cada oponente, adversário, e com a competição cada vez mais dura, você está cada vez melhor. O que você fez para mudar e basicamente trocar a ficha?
Primeiro, eu encontrei pessoas que queriam trabalhar comigo, que compraram meu sonho e que lá em Curitiba, numa academia pequenininha, a gente vem construindo isso todos os dias, todos os treinos, um passo de cada vez, um degrau de cada vez. E isso só mostra que a gente está caminhando para frente e na direção correta. Acredito que com o tempo, daqui um pouco tempo, não sei, talvez um pouquinho mais de tempo, não sei quanto tempo, mas com o tempo eu vou chegar no cinturão, vou pegar e vou me manter como campeão por um longo tempo, um longo período, até minha aposentadoria, provavelmente.
First of all, it's finding the right people. I found people in my life that bought into my dream and bought into what I believed, and we started building in a very, very tiny gym in Curitiba, something special, and they believe in me. So I've been able to rattle the wins, and I do believe that, I don't know time. I don't own time. I don't know what time is all about and how long of a time it's going to take me. But I do believe that I'm going to get a shot at a title in the future, that I'm going to get that title, and I'm going to be able to keep it, hopefully, until my retirement.
Perfect transition to my next question. Your division is kind of logjam with contenders. You got Manon Farrow, Aaron Blanchfield, Macy Barber. They're all kind of there. Like, what could she do, or how many fights does she think she's away that she can kind of jump that group and get a title shot?
A resposta é ótima para a transição dele, que é a pergunta seguinte sobre o fato de que tem um engarrafamento ali um pouquinho. Então você tem a Manon Fiorot, você tem a Aaron Blanchfield, você tem a Macy Barber, você tem um monte de gente que está ali, está aquele bolo. Quantas lutas você acha que tem que fazer para passar por cima disso?
Bom, a minha energia, o meu foco está todo no sábado para a Viviane. Eu consigo ver, olhar ali para cima, mas não estou pensando muito nisso agora. Só que a questão é quem vai aceitar a próxima luta. A dificuldade que a gente está tendo é das meninas aceitarem luta, mas eu não quero pensar nisso agora. O meu foco está todo para a minha vitória no sábado e é só isso que eu estou pensando no momento.
Obviously, my focus and my entire energy is there on Saturday, but I've looked at it, and the biggest difficulty, even though we're not thinking that far ahead, is girls to actually accept fights, because that's one of the difficulties we have. Who's going to take a fight against me? Not thinking about that right now. Focus on Saturday, but right now, all the energy is what happens on Saturday.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Quick question over here on your left. You've had a number of wins by submission, all varieties of. Araújo has never been submitted. Is there any sort of motivation or extra joy if you could get that submission win, be the first one to do that to her?
Você já teve várias vitórias por finalização, de várias maneiras, inclusive. E a Viviane nunca sofreu uma finalização. Isso é motivação extra para tentar buscar uma finalização em cima dela?
Eu acredito que a finalização ou nocaute é uma consequência de todo o trabalho que você faz. Independente se eu vou nocautear ou se eu vou finalizar ela, a única coisa que está clara na minha cabeça é que eu vou ganhar.
I think a finish or a knockout is the consequence of all the work that you do and a lot of things that go into it. Independently, whether I'm going to finish her or I'm going to knock her out, I do believe I'm coming out with a win on Saturday, regardless.
You're here in the back. Hi, how are you? Welcome to New York. You're fighting in Madison Square Garden, and there are 5 other Brazilians in the card with you, even though you have the unfortunate task of fighting one of them as well. What does it mean to you to be in this arena fighting with some of your countrymen as well?
Bem-vindo a Nova York. Você está lutando, obviamente é uma consequência, mas você acaba lutando contra uma outra brasileira. Mas mesmo assim são 5 brasileiros que estão no card. E o que significa para você lutar num evento tão especial, num lugar tão importante, com outros brasileiros e outras brasileiras?
Obrigada. Isso é incrível, isso mostra a força que o Brasil tem nas artes marciais. Eu acho muito bacana. Enfrentar outra brasileira é uma consequência, porque tem muito brasileiro no UFC, isso é muito bom. Não me incomoda. E lutar no Madison Square Garden, num UFC tão grande, é muito legal. Eu reconheço meu trabalho e, mais uma vez, eu estou muito feliz por estar aqui.
Thank you for the welcome. I think, obviously, fighting another Brazilian is a consequence of so many Brazilians being here. But, being able to fight here is because it shows a lot of all these Brazilians here. It shows what Brazilians mean to martial arts and the recognition that the UFC has. And me being here also means the recognition of all the work that I put in. And I'm very happy to be here in this moment.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
4-0 record in the UFC. In 2019, you were coming off those back-to-back losses. What do you think 25-year-old Karine Silva would say to 30-year-old Karine Silva now?
Mais ou menos como na pergunta dele falou. Você em 2019 você saiu daquelas 2 derrotas e depois você veio para 9 vitórias consecutivas, 4 vitórias e nenhuma derrota no UFC. O que a Karine de 25 anos de idade falaria para a Karine de 30 anos de idade, sabendo agora o que está acontecendo?
Nossa, é difícil essa. Talvez. Obrigado por amadurecer.
Thank you for maturing. Thank you for becoming more mature.
You were added to UFC 5 back in August. How did it feel when you first saw yourself inside of the video game?
Sorry, you heard?
She was added to UFC 5 back
in August, you said, right? Sorry. Você foi adicionada para o videogame em agosto. Isso que eu estava tentando escutar. Como é que foi para você estar no videogame?
É legal, né? Eu só ainda não tenho o PS5 para jogar comigo mesmo, porque eu tô doida para jogar comigo mesmo. Mas eu gostei muito, fiquei muito feliz.
It's awesome. I just don't have a PS5 to play with me. So I would like to have a PS5 so I can play with, my character.
And for the last one from me, your last fight was your first win by decision. Did going all 15 minutes in that fight prove to you that you had the cardio to keep up?
A tua luta mais recente foi a tua primeira por decisão e você acha que se provou 15 minutos, cardio, eu tenho tudo, eu posso ir à distância?
Essa luta em especial foi um pouquinho complicada para mim, porque veio um período diferente, um momento estranho ali, meu período menstrual acabou vindo e interferiu no meu desempenho, mas se for preciso fazer 15, 25 minutos, 1 hora, eu estou pronta. A gente treina tudo na academia, então eu acredito que, principalmente para a luta de sábado, eu tenho todas as qualidades necessárias para ganhar.
That last fight was just a little different and for me it was just a kind of a weird moment because I had my period that week and it really interfered with my performance. But I think it proved that I can go 15, I can go 25, I can go an hour. I think that whatever happens, I think I'm ready to go for anything.
Bon appetit, Stipe. It's been a little while since we've seen you here, on a fight week and everything like that. I know that maybe during your heyday, you weren't exactly a big fan of these questions coming at you thick and fast, but having been away for a while, do you feel any more open to it?
They still suck. I'm joking. No, I mean, listen, I understand it's part of the game, and people want to understand, hear you and see what you're doing. And, it does suck because it's repetitive, because it is what it is. I mean, you guys want to get your story, and I get that. But it's gotten better over the years. I accepted it. I understand it.
Was this your return to the cage, John Jones or bust, or were you always planning on coming back here and not having your last fight be in the Apex?
No, I definitely wasn't going to come back. Of course, I wanted John Jones more than anything. But if it wasn't going to happen, it wasn't going to happen. But luckily, everything worked out the way it did.
I think this fight's been an interesting one, right? When it was first booked, everyone was really hyped on it. Then they had the interim situation arise, and now that's sort of bringing questions outside this fight. But for you, obviously, you've been focused on John for years now. Do you think by the time you get to fight night, people will appreciate that actually these are two of the best ever, and we need to appreciate you guys fighting for what it is?
Yeah, I hope so, but I'm not worried about that. I really don't. That's one thing I've learned in this career. I stopped caring what other people think. You have your opinion. You have your opinion. I'm not going to change it. I really don't care.
What do we think of John Jones? Obviously the best ever. Had amazing light heavyweight career. He started coming up to heavyweight, beat Cyril. When people look at him, they think of his range, they think of his size. Obviously, at heavyweight, that might not be as big a factor. Do you look at that as something you can negate because you're a bigger man or as big as he is?
Yeah, that definitely plays into the fight. Definitely a different ball game when it comes to heavyweights. You got bigger guys, hit harder. A lot of things are different. I think we'll see. I have some things up my sleeve too, just like he does.
He was a little upset at you for calling him a bitch.
I keep talking about that. But he was literally telling everyone he's going to beat my ass. I'm almost positive. Did he not say that before that? So, sorry. Well, did talk shit about me, but it's okay. All right, whatever. I don't
think. And then also he brought up your sparring partner choices.
I pay him? That was bullshit because they're my teammates, and they're like, well, we're not getting paid? So apparently I'm hiring people too, so whatever.
Do you think maybe he's just saying this to sort of build this fight up and build himself into needing like a bit of spite between you two to give himself more of an edge in the fight?
Maybe not. I'm not. I don't know what he's thinking, but that some of the stuff was just. I'm like, okay. I literally had no idea until someone told me. So it's funny. It's just comical.
Stipe, just next to him over here. You said that you learned not to really care about what other people say, and was there a point or a moment that did kind of click? And did you used to care more than you kind of let on what everyone was saying about you or your opponents or anything?
Yeah, in the beginning of my career, I was a little sensitive about it, because you don't know me, I don't know you, but why you're saying shit like that to me? I would get terrible DMs and stuff. I'm like, what's wrong with you? Like you don't know me, but then I really just stopped caring because I realized they don't know me, I don't know them. They're just pissed off about something and just trying to take it out of me, and I could care less, honestly. It's the best thing I ever did in my life.
Has that kind of calmed down, kind of all the hate and the vitriol coming your way, since?
No, you get hate all the time. You get DMs all the time. You suck, you're a piece of shit. Hope you die, whatever. It is what it is.
And you said you always thought you knew you'd come back at some point, but did you keep up with the sport at all? Did you watch, all the pay-per-views and the heavyweight fights?
I never watched pay-per-views, even through my whole career, really. I do. I don't say I didn't watch them ever, but I do watch them, especially when my friends were fighting, when Viviani was fighting, Wyman, Wonderboy, my friends, I'd watch them, and once in a while there was a good card, or if I was live, but I really wouldn't go on my way. I have, other things going on in my life that,
So you didn't really pay attention to the rest of the heavyweight division,
I did. I had to because everyone's texting me about it. But when you see stuff on Instagram and then social media, but I wasn't I had to watch the fight or anything like that. I just whatever. I have other things. I want to go to bed. I'm tired.
And I think on the countdown, one of your coaches said he felt like you were a little pissed off when the first fight fell through. Was that just selling the fight, or did it kind of bother you, so close to the fight that?
Yeah, it was more just you were that close. You worked so hard, and but it's part of the game. I wasn't mad that he got hurt. I just it's part of the game. I was just mad, pissed off because I was at that point. I'm like, oh, you're so close, and then almost had it, and then gone. So.
John has said you know, he watches tape kind of religiously on his opponents. He wants to know every mistake they make, like when they step to the left, he's going to throw this, he's going to throw that, and he likes to know his opponents backwards and forwards. Are you the same type of guy to watch tape on John? And if so, do you see a lot of the same tendencies, or is he really like the narrative? He's always a different fighter when he goes out.
No, I definitely watch film on him. Yeah, you know, he has tendencies, and you know, he does throw different stuff at different times, but also he does have tendencies like everyone else, and you just got to exploit them.
Stipe right here. If you win this fight, you'll be
When I win this fight?
When you win this fight, you'll be the second in UFC history to have 3 separate title reigns. You and Randy Couture. I guess what would that mean to you, and which one would be the most special? Beating Verdum, reclaiming it from Cormier, or this one?
They're all special. So I mean, I like winning. So whatever win, you know, whatever. Like between all 3 of them, like they're all wins. That's all I would care about. It's like, to me, they're all special. But maybe it's this one, I think, because it's just the Mecca. It's John Jones. Everyone's like, oh my God, John Jones, you know. And I mean, I think it's better than that or bigger.
Yeah, and you got belts at home already too. So is beating John Jones almost a bigger accomplishment than taking another belt back with you?
Oh, of course. I mean, you know, when you get that belt again, it's always nice. You know, I have 6 of them, and I can't wait to get 7.
And you guys will be at the press conference tomorrow. I don't know if you've seen John in person yet. I guess what's your expectations for that? Do you have any idea like what he'll be like towards you, and are you looking forward to seeing him in person and like sizing him up on a stare down?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care. I mean, I have no ill will towards the guy. You know, we're here to fight each other and beat the shit out of each other. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how he's going to act. I'm, you know, shake his hand, like, hey, good to see you. How you doing? You know, see you Saturday. That's about it.
Stipe, to your right. To your right. The build-up to this fight, John keeps talking about, you know, being a legend and his legacy. You're also a legend. When you decide to hang him up, how do you want to be remembered?
I mean, remember just that guy that went out there and just blue-collar dude went out there and fought and beat ass, you know, and just was never given anything, is all earned. Just normal, you know, blue-collar dude, just love the fight.
Speaking of retirement, you recently changed fire departments. How long till you can retire as a fireman?
Oh, that's a long time. We're not going to talk about that one. That's a long one. So.
Tom Aspinall is weighing in as a backup fighter. Things have happened to John Jones during fight week. I'm sure you don't want to think about that. But
well, thanks for jinxing it.
You know, during your preparation, did you have to, you know, prepare for Tom at all?
I mean, yes, no. We talked about it. You know, there's things he does. We watched some on him too. But you know, right now we're about John Jones. That's all I care about. Like, I'm not gonna think about anything else besides that, unless it happens. And if it does, you should not be coming to the fight. That will find you.
I won't. Last question for me. I know you kind of brushed on this. When John pulled out of the fight a year ago, was there any thought of, you know, fighting somebody else? Kind of, you know.
I just really wanted to fight John. I think the best of the best. People wanted to see it, and I just, you know, it's a fight I really wanted. You know, I mean, it's a great legacy fight. Everyone says, and yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you know, like we get injured. It's part of the game, and it happened. And you know, I was pissed off, not at him, because like, what am I supposed to do? Like, get hurt. I was more pissed off because like you're so close and then you get hurt, and then it just, you know, sucks.
Thank you, sir.
Stipe over here. So when you see John saying, you know, he's interested in an Alex Pereira fight, when you see his Twitter's flooded with people talking about Aspinall, that's where his attention is there. Does that bother you at all? Do you see that as him looking past you?
Sure, good. That's not a good thing to do. I mean, I'm looking at that Saturday. Me and him. That's all I care about. John Jones. So my mind is on him. Task in hand.
Sorry, just with the time off, do you envision any sort of like needing a minute or two to get your foot back, or does that not matter to you at this point?
No, I was good. No questions.
Your head coach, Marcus Marinelli, is someone over the years that hasn't received the most attention, but has stuck by your side and basically dedicated his life to helping you improve as a fighter. What does that mean to you, not as a fighter, but as a person?
Well, it was just, he hasn't just dedicated his life to like me. I'm like no special. We have all our fighters. It's not just me. We have the whole team. He puts all his time and effort into us. He gives everything we got, and which is what you want. And he's my best friend. He is the godfather to my daughter. That's how much I love the man. That's how much I look up to him. And Yeah, he'll get his recognition. He's doing well. I mean, the thing about him is that he gets homegrown guys. He makes them good. And not, a lot of guys like to change gyms, and gyms get guys from other places, and he doesn't. We do, but like they're mostly homegrown guys, that's hard to do. He's doing something right.
And just one more for me. You're a big Cleveland Guardians fan. They actually brought you out to Game 5 of their series with the Tigers. They won that game, but it went on to lose to the New York Yankees. Is there any part of you that wants to get this back for Cleveland, or does that not matter to you at all?
No, of course, man. Cleveland's best. I want to give them something to celebrate about, and the Cavs are killing it right now. They're 12-0. I mean, let's go. They'll make it to the finals, win it, and we'll have a bunch of championships again to celebrate and have a good time in Cleveland.
Hello, Stipe.
Hello.
Hello, Stipe.
Hey, buddy.
How much are you proud of Croatian roots?
Love it. I mean, best country in the world.
What was the last time you visited Croatia?
2019, 2020, just because of COVID and everything, that was hard to get over there. Plus with the kids.
Any plans to visit again?
Yes, we are going to. Actually, I'm going to bring my mother. She wants to go, but I'm going to wait till our children get a little bit older. Well, my daughter's good, but when my son's a little bit older, and once you got to try him potty trained, oh my God, it's terrible. So once he gets potty trained, a little bit older, we'll be good.
On Saturday night, Croatia will be awakened watching your fight. What would be your message to your Croatian fans?
Thank you for all your support. It means the world to me. And
is recently a great NFL coach, Bill Belichick, actually he got a Croatian passport.
Yeah.
Would you like to have one?
I'm already on it. Me and my wife are already on it. We've been talking about it.
Maybe. Okay.
Stipe, you've been tight with LeBron in the past. Are you still close to them? And when was the last time you guys spoke?
Well, I mean, I don't have his number. Hey, what's up, buddy? No, yeah. No, I mean, he's gone doing his thing, man. He's got bigger fish to fry than talk to me. No, I mean, we had met the one time. I took a picture. I'm a good dude, and that was about it. So I wish him nothing but the best.
Awesome. Then one more real quick. If you could challenge one person in the world, not in the UFC, to a fight in the ring, who would it be?
My wife.
Why your wife?
She beats me up all the time. No, I'm joking. No, I don't know. That's a good question. I really never thought about that. I just,
There's no one I'm like, I wish I could in a hypothetical world.
Yeah, no, it would never happen. She'd still beat me up. That's the problem. She would still win, which doesn't matter. So I would lose.
Appreciate you.
On a quick lighter note, you're famously a firefighter. There's crazy stories from firefighters all the time. What is a funny, goofy, lighthearted thing that you've had maybe recently or this past year, whenever, at the department?
Oh. I mean...
Sounds like you can't say a couple of them.
Yeah, they're pretty much X-rated, so you can't really say I'm joking. Well, I had one time, so there's nothing terrible about it. I remember I had one guy at our station, and I had a massive pimple on my back. And I'm like, yo, Ron, dude, you gotta pop this for me. He's like, no. I'm like, please. I just begged him fine. He's like, fine. So he gets up, and he's trying to get it. It won't work. So we get one of the 18 or 20 gauge needle. He hits it, nothing. They get a 16. Man, that thing popped. Man, that mucus plug of that pimple, dude, it was disgusting for 4 feet. Till I started dry heaving, it was great. It was fantastic. That was like a little itty bitty of it. That's nothing compared to what we've done, but yeah, I mean, it's good times.
I regret asking, sorry.
Yeah, it was disgusting. It was amazing though.
We here all day, baby.
James, over here, other side. Obviously, a short notice fight for you, but it's a pretty massive pay-per-view card. So I'm curious, how was preparation, fight camp, as short as it was, and just how's fight week been here in New York City?
Obviamente una pelea corto aviso, tremenda cartelera acá. O sea, ¿cómo fue para ti, bueno, sin la preparación necesaria o regular para una pelea como esta?
Una cartelera de lujo, me siento muy feliz y muy contento de poder estar acá en Nueva York y poder representar a Perú. Esperen un gran combate el día sábado.
It's an amazing card, highest level of cards here. I'm very happy and very honored to represent Peru, and I'm waiting for a great fight on Saturday.
There's a pretty big Peruvian population here in New York. Have any of them reached out for tickets, or do you know if any of them are coming to the fights?
O sea, una colectividad peruana tremenda acá en Nueva York. O sea, ¿alguien ya te empezó a enviar DMs o algo así para entradas, o la gente empezó a molestarte? ¿Qué pasa?
Claro que sí, hay bastante gente peruana que me ha escrito y me ha pedido entradas, me ha dicho cómo conseguir las entradas. La verdad es una locura lo que se vive aquí en Nueva York.
A lot of Peruvians here in New York. A lot of people hit me up asking for tickets, and it's crazy what happens here in New York.
Your opponent Mauricio, obviously a lot of hype surrounding him, especially after his last fight. And especially his team, the Fighting Nerds. I'm curious, what do you make of his skill set, and do you think he deserves the hype around him?
Acerca de Mauricio, o sea, viene con un hype tremendo, no solo por las peleas que tuvo en UFC, sino también por el equipo de Fighting Nerds que todos los conocen ahora. O sea, ¿qué piensas de Mauricio de Ruffy como oponente?
Pienso que es un rival muy versátil, muy completo, por algo tiene todo el hype que tiene, pero yo voy a cambiar eso, vengo con una preparación diferente, una mentalidad diferente. Sí, sé que soy muy joven, pero voy a hacer que él sepa que en Perú hay buenos guerreros.
Yes, he's a tough fighter, somebody that's got, great results. But I'm coming with a different mentality, different kind of energy, different kind of preparation for this fight. And he's going to find out that we have a lot of great warriors in Peru.
After his last win in Brazil, a lot of fans compared his style of striking to Conor in there, like long, rangy, looking for his shots. I'm curious, do you see any similarities between them?
Después de la pelea de él en Brasil, mucha gente lo comparó a Conor por cuenta del alcance que tiene, la manera como intercambia. O sea, ¿ves alguna similitud entre los dos?
Hay un parecido, pero pienso que a ese tipo de peleadores no puedes dejar trabajarlos, tienes que ir a apretarlos desde el minuto cero y eso es lo que voy a hacer yo.
I think there's some similarities there, but I think this kind of fighter, what you need to do is you can't let him fight, so you need to actually pressure him from start to finish, and that's what I'm going to do.
Can I ask if you chose your nickname or someone gave it to you?
Te puedo preguntar, ¿elegiste tu apodo o alguien?
Alguien muy especial lo eligió para mí.
Por mí.
Is this why you have the blonde hair?
Y por eso tiene el pelo así.
Es como una cábala y en estas 2 peleas o 3 peleas que he tenido aquí en Estados Unidos no he podido hacérmelas y para esta ocasión tuve que.
Listen, I haven't been able to do in the fights in the U.S. that I've had, and for this one, I was able to do it.
And then last one for me, can I just get your thoughts on the main event between John and Stipe?
Y bueno, la última pregunta de José, ¿qué piensas que va a pasar entre Jon Jones y Stipe Miocic?
Pienso que va a ser una muy buena pelea, pero voy 100% a Jon Jones.
I think it's going to be a great fight, but 100% for Jon Jones.
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás, James? Bueno, preguntarte cómo ha sido tu campamento, cómo ha sido tu preparación para esta pelea frente a Mauricio Ruffy.
How was your camp? How was your preparation before this fight with Mauricio Ruffy?
Siempre estamos preparándonos, siempre estamos entrenando, recibimos la noticia con corto aviso y de verdad que no puedo negarme una oportunidad tan grande como esta. Ya estamos aquí, listos para pelear el sábado.
We're always working, we're always preparing. When we got the call, this is a call that we cannot say no to an opportunity like this, and here we are, ready for this fight on Saturday.
De todo lo que has podido ver de las peleas que ha tenido Ruffy, ¿cuáles crees que serían, en este caso, tus ventajas en este combate?
From everything and all the fights that you've seen from Ruffy, where do you think you would see your opportunities and your advantages in this fight?
Observé su récord y las primeras peleas que ha tenido, ha peleado con puros peleadores que no le han dado la talla y pienso que eso lo tiene en ese hype que todos lo conocen, ¿no? Pero pienso que yo voy a hacer la diferencia el sábado por la noche.
For all the fights that I've seen, I think that from everything that I've seen from him, I think that fighters have not given him the battle that he needs. And I think for everything I need to do, I think that's what I'm going to do on Saturday, give it to him.
Y bueno, la última de mi parte, bastante en Sudamérica, ¿cuál sería tu mensaje para esta gente de Perú que sigue mucho tus peleas y también los aficionados a este deporte que quieren entrar en lo que es esta carrera?
Because of the growth of MMA in South America, what message do you have to get into MMA and those into the sport and do what you do?
Bueno, decirles a toda Sudamérica que yo no soy un ejemplo, yo solo estoy siguiendo mis sueños. Les quiero decir que sigan luchando, sigan entrenando, sigan trabajando para poder lograr lo que ellos quieren y sus objetivos.
For all those in South America, I'm saying I'm not an example. I'm just somebody that's actually, continue to dream, continue to work towards it. I think you need to continue to do that and try to do what you want to do and follow your dream.
James, to your right. Just one quick question. He started off 0-2 so far in the UFC. More successful in this matchup.
Una pregunta, o sea, arrancaste con de dónde, ¿qué sacas de?
Bueno, se dice que un peleador no pierde sino aprende y yo he aprendido bastante. El estar en UFC, que es otro lugar, otra cancha, como lo decimos nosotros, he podido desenvolverme y voy a desenvolverme diferente. Esta tercera pelea vengo con un plus diferente por la pelea, por el hype que tiene Ruffy y por la preparación que he tenido y este corto aviso. Pienso que el día sábado voy a dar una muy buena pelea y voy a salir con las manos en alto.
I think we say that a fighter not lose, a fighter just learns. And I think, fighting the UFC is different. Fighting in this kind of stage, we say this is not like from soccer, we say, listen, it's another kind of field. I think that because of the preparation that we had specifically for this fight, because of the hype of this fight, because of what happens specifically for this fight, because of the hype of this fight, because of what happens, I think I'm going to have my.
Sudamérica tienen que poder llegar a este nivel. ¿Cuál es
You stay with the people that were with you. So what has been the key to actually continue with this?
Donde están no hay escuelas que lo puedan formar o llevar al siguiente nivel. Grandes peleas, pero pienso que de aquí en adelante todo.
Right, people with them, and I think that we have done a great job. We're in this together. I know that you haven't seen the results in the first two fights in the UFC, but I don't know.
Hay muchos peleadores peruanos peleando a gran nivel. Tenemos un peruano acá en la 309. Vamos a tener otro peruano, Daniel Soncora, en el último evento del año. Pero ¿qué falta para que la UFC llegue a Perú?
A lot of Peruvian fighters coming up. We have here someone in 309. You also have Daniel Marcos Soncora that's going to fight at the end of the year. What does it mean? What's missing for the UFC to get to Peru?
Pienso que lamentablemente no se ha podido dar los resultados que los peruanos hemos querido, pero créanme que en Perú hay un muy buen nivel, no solo de peleadores, sino en las artes marciales en general. Pienso que esto es un trabajo de años.
The teachings you got from the past fights and the losses, and now that you actually made some changes and you're coming up with some surprises or things that say, what specifically did you change in your camp or just short-term preparation that you did for this fight?
Entender que soy un peleador completo y que sí, soy muy bueno en el striking, pero a veces también hay que cambiar de estrategia porque uno va con una mentalidad y no se te da. Entonces voy a tratar de ser más versátil y tratar de usar otras herramientas que yo también sé usar, ¿no? Como el grappling y el wrestling. Entonces, esta pelea voy a mostrar un James 2.0.
The team, I can trust my striking a lot, but they maybe they actually use other weapons and employ other weapons that I can actually use my grappling, that I need to unlock those things. And I think you're going to be able to see these things that you're going to.
Ahora estás en una de las divisiones más competitivas acá en UFC. ¿Cómo ves a los primeros lugares? ¿Tienes alguien que admires tal vez o que tomes como ejemplo para llegar y escalar en esa división?
With most talent, with most depth and talent in the UFC. Who do you, when you look up there, what are fighters that you see and that you admire and you maybe take as an example?
Desde muy pequeño he visto UFC y artes marciales mixtas. Sé muy bien quiénes son los que están arriba, los que están camino. Me ha gustado siempre esa categoría, visualicé en algún momento, ahora estoy aquí, estoy en UFC peleando en los 70 kilogramos. Pienso que en el ranking y eventualmente por el cinturón, solamente denme chance, denme tiempo, que recién me estoy adaptando.
I've watched the UFC and MMA ever since I was a kid. I've always admired this, ever since I started fighting, I wanted to be in the UFC and fighting. Just, it's time, give me the opportunities. entre Sarukian e Makhachev?
É difícil falar, são dois caras que fazem um jogo parecido, dois caras que gostam de procurar luta agarrada. Lógico, o Islam tem um pouquinho ali na frente, tem um pouco mais de chance de vencer. Eu acho que tem um pouco da trocação ali avançada, mas aquele que tiver melhor vai vencer no dia.
Very hard to say. These guys are very similar to each other, similar styles, great grappling on both sides. I do think that Islam is a little step ahead. I think he's got a more advanced and involved striking, but I think the fighter that wins is the one that feels better and is more tuned in that day.
Max Holloway is coming back to the division. You have history with him. You're a fan favorite. He's a fan favorite. You're both BMFers. I think that'd be a major fight. Is that someone that's on his radar?
Max Holloway, voltando aí para a categoria, vocês têm história, ele é um favorito da galera, você é um favorito da galera, um BMF não seria uma má opção, você acha que é uma opção para você também?
Acho que seria top, acho que eu mereço isso também, né? Todos os caras gigantes eu já lutei, nocauteei, finalizei, a última luta eu tive uma lesão contra ele, então por que não, seria top.
I think it would be amazing. Listen, all the greats, I fought, I finished, I've knocked out. With him, I had the injury, so I think it would be a great opportunity.
And my last question, John Jones keeps talking about his legacy, building his legacy this week. What does he think his legacy is, and how does he want to be remembered?
Última pergunta dele.
Cara, de verdade, eu venho construindo meu legado por muito tempo. Recordes de bônus, recordes de finalizações, da onde que eu saí, aonde que eu cheguei, da forma que eu lutei, sem falar a ninguém, sem polêmica nenhuma, sem nada de errado. Um cara iluminado que veio de dentro da comunidade para o mundo para brilhar. É isso que eu sou. É esse legado que eu quero deixar. Você não precisa xingar ninguém para você ter algo, você conquistar algo. Você não precisa ser maior que ninguém, sabe? Você só mantém o seu pé no chão, ser humilde, acreditar no homem lá de cima. Esse é o meu legado.
My legacy, I think it was built with everything that I've done, is the records, the bonuses, the finishes, the knockouts. It's the way I approach things, it's the way I fight, the way I behave. I think somebody that has not talked crap about anybody. I'm not here to cause any controversy or anything of the sort. Always being respectful to everybody is where I came from, and where I've gotten is the way I approach things, and I've gotten to this place without having to put anybody down. I didn't have to step on over anybody, and I've always had my feet on the ground, being humble. I look where I'm from. I never forgot that, and I think that everything has built up to a legacy. That's my legacy.
Charles, boa tarde. Como você tem preparado seu camp de treino para essa luta?
How's your camp for this fight specifically?
Oi, boa tarde. Meu campo foi todo feito em São Paulo, no Chutebox de Lima. É um campo perfeito, onde que tive muita gente treinando, muita dedicação, muito sangue, muito suor, sabe, muita estratégia. A gente está pronto para essa luta.
Camp was all done in Brazil, very tough, very focused. At Chutebox de Lima, everything was done in São Paulo. A lot of dedication, a lot of sweat, a lot of guts, and we're ready for this fight.
Em que aspectos você acha que pode ter nível superior ao Chandler?
In what aspects do you think you're in a higher level than Chandler?
Olha, de verdade, com todo o respeito do mundo, eu estou passo à frente em cada coisa, tanto em pé, no wrestling, no chão, no jiu-jitsu. Com todo o respeito, de verdade, é isso que eu penso, é isso que eu acho que sou.
With all due respect to Chandler, but I do believe that I'm one step ahead in everything. I'm one step ahead when I'm standing and fighting him. I'm one step ahead in wrestling, jiu-jitsu, anywhere. I do, again, with all the respect in the world, I do believe that I'm one step ahead of him.
Charles, back here. Hi. The lightweight division has a lot of really good fighters and one of the most interesting divisions in the UFC right now. And your fellow Brazilian, Renato Moicano, has been doing well in the division as well, and he has sang your praises. if he continues to go on this path that he's going up the ranks, is that a fight that you would welcome in the future, and what are your thoughts on his progress?
Falando da categoria, a gente sabe que os leves é onde está o talento, muita gente talentosa, muita gente vindo com muita sede, muitas vitórias, o pessoal está vindo com tudo. Falando do Moicano, o Moicano tem tido boas lutas, ótimas performances, é um cara que as pessoas estão falando do Moicano no caminho que ele está. É uma luta que te interessa, você se vê enfrentando o Moicano?
Olha, ela está vindo numa sequência boa de vitória. Hoje eu não penso olhando para trás, eu penso olhando para frente. Então, lógico que se chegar e o UFC me ligar e falar, pô, esse é o cara, por que não? Eu estou aqui para lutar contra qualquer um, é assim que é, mas hoje eu não penso nisso.
I think, Moicano's been, first of all, very happy to all the Brazilian success with everything that they've been able to accomplish. Moicano's been doing a great job, not only in his performances, but he knows how to play the game. He talks the talk. I think people like it. So he's really understood that. And again, if I look towards the future, I look ahead, not back and not backwards. So I'm not thinking about this now, but if the UFC ever comes to make, of course, I'll be ready for it.
Obrigado.
Okay, Charles on your left. So I wanted to ask you about your shorts. I really love them. As we all know, the inspiration was Favela. I just wanted to ask that you're a man who's got everything, you know, you accomplished so many things. Some would say that you accomplished everything that you would have planned, that you would have dreamed of. What would you tell a little kid, little Charles Oliveira in the streets of Favela as a little kid? What are the words that you would say to him today from this perspective?
Primeiro de tudo, parabéns. Muito bacana o teu shorts, muito legal. A gente viu os shorts e viu o design, muito bacana ver que você colocou a favela ali, você colocou de onde você veio, e é muito legal, você falou de não esquecer de onde você é. Que mensagem que você dá para um possível pequeno Charles Oliveira, que está vindo na favela, que quer alguma coisa na vida? O que você diz para ele hoje, com tudo aquilo que você conseguiu conquistar?
Olha, de verdade, eu sempre quero lembrar isso, da onde que eu venho, sabe? Nos momentos difíceis você tem que pensar isso, da onde você veio, aonde que eu estou e aonde eu quero chegar. Então, a minha mensagem é isso, não desista dos seus sonhos, acredite em Deus, não importa o quanto que é difícil lá na frente, sabe? A vitória tem um sabor de mel, tá ligado? Então, não desista, tá ligado? Continue. Porque um cara que nasce dentro da comunidade, dentro da favela, é um pouco mais difícil do que o dos outros, tá ligado? Você já nasce, desculpa, na merda, tá ligado? Então, você tem que querer mais, tá ligado? Você tem que se dedicar mais do que os outros. Não é porque... Eu tô falando da minha realidade, tá ligado? O cara que mora tem uma vida melhor, não é que ele não quer mais, tá ligado? Mas ele já tem uma vida boa, então ele tem que querer. Agora você imagina pra quem vive na merda. Tem que querer 10 vezes mais. Então a mensagem pro moleque pobre, louco, favelado é isso. Não desista do seu sonho, né, com a porra. Continue, tá ligado? Vai dar certo.
I never forget that. I try, and I never forget I always remember where I came from. And for a boy that's coming, I would say the same thing. You just, first of all, do not give up on your dreams. Do not stop believing in God. And don't forget that the victory tastes sweeter when you're up there. For any boy that's coming, listen, we come in, and I'm sorry to use this term, but come from a pretty shitty situation. That's when we're from the favela. And a boy that's coming from there, he has to work extra hard. Like I've accomplished a lot of things in my life, and I've gotten a lot of things. So obviously, I have a lot of things already, and I have to remind myself to continue to work harder. But a boy that's coming from the favela, he has to work 10 times extra hard, and that's what I would say. Listen, again, if you're in a shitty situation, you have to get out of that. You have to work. You have to keep working. You cannot give up on your dreams, and that's what I would tell a little boy. Just continue because it's worth it.
Thank you for an amazing answer. And one more question from me, please. We talked about how stacked lightweight division is, and there are so many contenders, so many great fighters, but there's also one more force probably eyeing the lightweight division, which is Ilia Topuria, probably like thinking about fighting Islam Makhachev or maybe Arman Tsarukyan, whoever wins the fight. So how do you see the chances for Ilia in terms of becoming a champion in lightweight, maybe fighting Islam Makhachev, and do you see someday you yourself fighting Ilia Topuria for the lightweight title?
Obrigado pela resposta sincera na resposta anterior. A gente fala do talento que tem nos leves, a gente já comentou aqui várias vezes sobre todo mundo que está lá na categoria, mas tem esse cavalo, literalmente, que ele mencionou, que está correndo por fora, que é o Ilia Topuria, por conta do fato que ele já falou que enfrentar um Islam Makhachev se for necessário, se for que seja enfrentar o Tsarukyan, seja ele que ganhe. Como é que você vê o fato de ele enfrentar um dos dois e você se vê no futuro enfrentando o Ilia Topuria?
Cara, o Ilia Topuria é um cara que duríssimo, é um cara que fala e vem fazendo, é um cara que eu gosto de ver lutar, né? Eu acho que o peso leve é uma categoria mais difícil, né? Então acho que as pessoas têm que tomar cuidado quando falam de subir de categoria. Mas eu acho que todo mundo, quando coloca o cinturão na cintura, quer desafiar o cara que ganhou andar de cima ou andar de baixo, porque quer se tornar campeão de duas categorias, né? Então, eu não sei como que seria o Ilia Topuria no peso leve, mas ele é um cara perigoso.
Ilia is a tough fighter, someone who talks the talk and walks the walk. He's doing things, and I can see why he would want to challenge people, and I think a lot of people. He would be obviously a tough fight, and I think that what happens is a lot of fighters, whenever they get a belt and they wrap that, they have that belt wrapped around their waist, they start thinking up and down in the divisions, and you want to challenge things. But I think you have to be very careful when you're coming up to lightweight, because this is tough. This is a very tough division. But at any rate, I think he's a very tough and very dangerous guy.
Hi, Charles here. Question. In front of the fight between Arman and Islam, a lot of people picking the favorite fighter Islam, because comparing two fights between your fight with Islam and Arman, since you fought close to Islam, you got the fight, right?
Olhando para a luta do Islam contra o Arman, muita gente dá um favoritismo para o Islam, assim como você mesmo deu um pouco, pelo fato, comparando a tua luta com eles, porque o Islam teve uma performance contra você e o Arman teve outra que foi completamente mais difícil. Foi uma luta dura e até contestada. Como é que você vê isso, sendo a comparação, essa referência para os dois?
Cara, fico feliz deles comparar isso, mas eu olho não por isso, olho pelos grandes nomes que o Islam lutou e da forma que lutou. Eu acho que o Islam tem um pouco de favoritismo meio ali na parte em pé, nada demais, nada demais, é bem pouco. Vai ser uma grande luta, vai ser uma luta duríssima. Eu acho que aquele que tiver melhor no dia da luta, sabe, tipo mentalmente, fisicamente, é o que vai vencer.
I think I'm very flattered about the fact that they use me as a comparison for the fights, but I think Islam is ahead because of the people that he fought. I think the competition that he's had. I mean, he's fought some really tough people. I've said this. I think that they're really tough fighters. I think that Islam is ahead by a little bit, just a tad, but I do believe that the one that's more mentally and physically ready on that day comes out with the win.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Charles, your son Dominic was born just over a month ago. You talked about the struggles of growing up in the favelas. How has his birth changed your mindset as a fighter? And then in the same time, how much does it mean to be able to have him born in such a different situation than you were raised in?
Dominic está com um pouquinho mais que um mês, né? E ele, você mencionou, ele, ao contrário das dificuldades que você teve ao longo da tua vida, ele vai ter uma vida que você conseguiu prover ele, bem diferente. Primeiro de tudo, que motivação que o Dominic dá para você agora ter conseguido, agora você acabou de ser pai novamente, e também o fato de você poder ter dado, ou estar dando uma vida para ele que você nunca teve.
Cara, primeiro, com certeza, enorme, né, gigante. Quero mostrar para meu filho que eu posso se tornar campeão de novo. Eu quero ganhar esse cinturão de novo para ele, da mesma forma que eu fiz com a minha filha, Tayla. Então, isso é gigante. Meus pais fizeram o melhor por mim e agora eu quero fazer o melhor pelo meu filho, sabe? Mas da mesma forma que eu sempre venho fazendo. Independente do que tem, da onde mora, saiba que você tem que ir para o mesmo lugar que todo mundo, pé no chão, seja humilde e respeitador, é dessa forma que eu quero educar meu filho.
It's a great opportunity to show my son that I can be a champion again. And just like I was able to show Tyler, my daughter, that I was able to become a champion. As far as providing, my parents have given me everything, all the support that I needed. So be able to actually provide that to my son as well. Being able to provide that and showing to him where we come from, but always having, because don't forget, we all end up in the same place. So have your feet on the ground and keep yourself very grounded throughout life. But it's amazing to actually have that opportunity to show him that, and that's the lesson that I want to teach my son.
Well, Bo, another massive pay-per-view card for you. The last time we spoke, you were kind of targeting a summer return, maybe in August, but it seems like the UFC wanted you on this big card at MSG. Did the UFC kind of tell you that they were saving you for big cards like this, and did you push back at all and try to get a fight earlier?
I wanted to fight earlier, but I had a couple of my buddies make the Olympic team in Paris, so I was focused on helping them train and prep and get ready, and that kind of adjusted my schedule. And so after that, I was trying to see what timeline made sense. I said, late fall, and UFC came back with November UFC 309. And I was like, that sounds good to me, so let's do it.
And they came to you with Paul Craig. Paul was in here earlier, and he said it seems like it took a while for you to sign the contract and fight him. He didn't know if it was, to his credit, he goes, he might have been on vacation, maybe he was doing other things, but it just seems like there was a lot of time between the fight being offered and you signing. So I guess how realistic was that?
How realistic was his view of it?
He said he thought it took a while for you to sign it.
No, I think I was the one that kind of came to them with the fight. So that was not an issue for me.
So what about Paul is kind of what drew you to this fight? Was it the jiu-jitsu aspect, like the wrestling versus jiu-jitsu? Was it the style of fight? Was it the name? What was it about Paul?
I think that it's just a step up in competition. For me, who I fight doesn't matter as much as the way I'm developing and improving and in the sport. So, I think he's a guy that has a ton of experience. He's a guy that poses a lot of danger and some interesting problems to solve. And so, it makes sense for my career and where I'm at. It's not really anything personal at all. It's just another challenge and another step in the direction that I'm headed. And so I'm excited for it. This is the biggest challenge that I've had. I think everybody would agree to that. And I'm going to make the most of it.
When he was in here, he kind of echoed something you said, that you can train wrestling nonstop for 9 weeks. You're not going to get to my level. He said the same thing with his jiu-jitsu. Like, you're just not going to get to his level of jiu-jitsu, just like he's never going to try to wrestle you. He also said, Bo taking me down and putting me on my back is not a smart game plan for him. So I'm curious, how do you see this fight actually playing out?
I think the guys that I'm training with and that I'm working with in jiu-jitsu are they're not good at jiu-jitsu for MMA. They're the best guys in the world in the sport of jiu-jitsu, and I think he would be surprised how good my overall submission grappling is. I mean, the first grappling match I ever took was against Gordon Ryan, who's a pound-for-pound #1 fighter in the world, and he couldn't submit me for 13 minutes, and that was with three training sessions in that sport. So I think he'd be a little surprised with my grappling. We can do a grappling match after. That's no problem. But, yeah, as far as this fight goes, I'm going in there to fight. It's every single aspect of MMA. That's what I've been working on for the past few months and just improving and developing overall. So wherever the fight goes, I'll be confident.
Well, kind of going off of that, it just seems like the last few fights Paul has, he can wilt on the feet. He wants to fight on the canvas, but if it doesn't get there, you can hurt him on the feet bad. So is there a world where this fight just never touches the canvas and this whole entire fight is stand up?
I mean, absolutely. If you look at the film and look at my fights, I've had multiple fights that have gone that way where I've knocked guys out on the feet. And, so there's definitely a chance of that. And I think the nice part about being a wrestler is you get to control where the fight happens. I get to control if the fight's going to be on the feet or if it's going to be on the ground. So that'll be up to me.
And he's obviously also one of the taller guys you've fought. Light heavyweight coming down. I think he's 6'4". He's very long. He even said I can use my length even off of my back to wrap people up like Andre Muniz. So did you have to bring in anyone just size-wise to get the feel of the dimensions of a tall, lanky fighter?
What I did is I took the speed bag and I just put it 2 feet higher than normal. And then just got a bunch of reps like that.
Can I ask you, what do you make of Gable Steveson might go back to NCAAs and go for another title?
I saw that. That would be crazy. I didn't even know that he had eligibility still. But, Gable's definitely a super prominent figure in the sport, multiple-time national champion, Olympic gold medalist. So going back to NCAA would be pretty crazy. But, I would be excited to watch him compete. He's always fun to watch.
I think he thought about going back for another Olympic gold, but the WWE didn't release him soon
Yeah.
enough, so he just missed that window. So I think he's going to try to go for a title.
Yeah, so he won the U.S. Nationals, and I think he even had the world team spot in 2023. Yeah, so I know he didn't compete in the World Championships, but yeah, I mean he's been the top guy for a long time. Ever since Anthony Cassar retired from wrestling, he's been the top guy. So. Yeah, I'm excited to see him back, and it should be fun to watch.
He's been training with John a lot, John Jones. Do you think we'll see Gable kind of make his way over to the UFC after maybe the LA games?
I would love that. I would love to see as many high-level wrestlers as possible transition over to MMA. I think that the last decade or so, we really haven't had the best collegiate wrestlers move into MMA. You have guys that have had success, but we haven't had the best of the best. So guys like Gable Stevenson, it would be amazing to see him transition over, and I think that American collegiate style wrestling would take over the sport in short order.
And just last one for me, speaking of John, can I just get your thoughts on the main event between John and Stipe?
Man, it's such a cool fight. It's so cool to see the greatest fighter of all time and the greatest heavyweight of all time competing against each other, and I'm excited for that one. As a fan of the sport, it's really cool, and I've thought about it a lot, and I have no idea how it's going to go. Neither of these guys have fought in a while, and I think it'll be exciting. There's a realistic chance that this could be the last fight in both these guys' careers, and I'm sure they want to go out on top, and I'm sure they want to go out with an exciting performance.
Oh, right over here to your left. Speaking of John, I know the last time you guys shared a card, it was a little bit of fun, about the wrestling and stuff. Have you crossed paths with him at all and, rekindled any of that?
Not yet. New York's so different from Vegas with the PI and everything's kind of tight together. You see everybody. So, I haven't seen him, but I'm sure I'll see him as the week goes on, and we'll get a rematch. I think he got the better of me last time, so I need to get that one back.
Okay. Is that the first loss for you in a while?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like to think about it, but it's been a minute.
And you spoke a lot on the growth and the importance of focusing on that. What is like the benchmark of something in this performance that you'd feel satisfied with to show some of those growth layers?
It's hard to pick something specific out. I think that for me, I'm a big film study guy, so I'm always watching film, and I'm always studying others. I don't watch as much of myself. Usually after the fight, I'll watch it 1 or 2 times just to review, and then I kind of got the information I need. And so, I would like to see just improvements in positioning, improvements in control, more comfortable in every aspect of the sport, on the feet, on the ground. When I look at my last fight, I think that Brundage came out, trying to land something crazy, and I almost rushed the stand-up, and I rushed the takedowns a little bit. So I would just like to see more composure and just better position.
And it's almost like a rite of passage. We have to ask you about Khamzat Chimaev every time you're up there. But since he's fought. He seems very established as a middleweight now, no longer a welterweight, and could be fighting for the title next. So I guess what have you thought of that last performance, and does it now feel like it's getting steps closer to actually being more real?
It's definitely getting steps closer. I think that Khamzat's last performance was really, really incredible. It was probably the best performance he's had. Submitting a former champion in the first round is an amazing feat. And so I feel like, he's definitely right there for the title shot. We'll see what the UFC wants to do, but I doubt he fights again before he fights for the belt. And I have a lot of catching up to do. I'm fighting unranked guys right now. So, those are the type of fights I want in the future. But again, the main focus is improve, develop, get better at fighting, and we'll make that happen in time.
Go over here to your right. Go to your right. You're right. So we've had a lot of extremely high credentialed wrestlers, world champions, Olympic champions. They come over to the UFC and MMA. But a lot of times when they come, they've come after they've already accomplished everything they could in wrestling. They still have the credentials, but their skills kind of drop off. They can't make the world teams anymore. That wasn't the case with you. You could still make a world team, Olympic team. So with that said, can you say with your skill set that you might be the greatest wrestler ever at this point in your career to come to MMA?
I don't know. I don't necessarily like the word greatest, I guess.
Most skilled?
I think that, I think most skilled probably for sure. Especially because I'm the newest, right? And I look at the wrestlers now that are in 7th and 8th grade, and I'm like, these kids are so freaking good. This is incredible. They're unbelievably good, and that might not even just be with wrestling. It might be everything, but people are just getting better at whatever they're doing. So, yeah, I would say I'm probably the most skilled guy, but there's going to be guys that come after me that are hopefully going to do bigger and better things. We got guys on the Penn State lineup right now who are taking amateur fights and who are, getting prepared to transition over to MMA. And so for me, I want to do my thing and hopefully help those guys, help elevate them, and hopefully they achieve even bigger and better things than I do.
Obviously, a lot of people compare the American folk-style wrestling to the freestyle wrestling of these Russian and Dagestan. What advantage does the American wrestling have over those?
I think there are a lot of advantages. I would say, the amount that we compete and in the situations that we compete in. And I was competing in Madison Square Garden, sold out in 2016. I was, 19 years old, and so just to have that type of experience and be competing against the best guys in the world week in, week out, that's something that I don't think you can really replicate. And in addition to just what it takes skill-wise to be a world-class folk-style, collegiate-style wrestler, the control, the ability to take guys down, the ability to scramble, to, for me, I was always a guy, I wasn't afraid to go to my back in order to score points, and that's, way more similar to MMA than what you see in most, like, freestyle settings. It's definitely a really, I think, a skill set that, you can't get outside of that, really.
Like that kind of level intensity?
I mean, I feel like I laugh and I smile and I'm nice, but I live in that intensity. When I was, you should have seen some of the workouts I was doing as a little kid. Should have seen some of the workouts I did through high school and through college. It's, most people would really not believe that type of stuff's going on. So the intensity is really not a issue for me. I can turn it up real quick if we need to.
And my last question, obviously, you're 6-0, been super impressive, but there's always the critics. They say, oh, he hasn't fought anybody. Now Paul Craig's a real test. But if you beat him, they're going to say, oh, he's lost a bunch of fights. What's your response to the critics?
All good. You're 100% entitled to your opinion, and as am I, so no worries.
Thank you. So we mentioned Khamzat. Of course, Khamzat is a great wrestler in the weight, but there are also several great wrestlers in the top 15, and most probably your next fight is top 15. So who do you think is a great wrestler who you can face next? Maybe there is Roman Dolidze, maybe Jack Hermans, and so on. So who do you think is the realistic opponent for you, and who do you think is as good wrestler maybe as you are, or probably a good opponent, good matchup for you in general in wrestling?
As far as opponents, I'm focused on Paul Craig. That's really the only thing I'm concerned about. I'll have a conversation with the UFC after this fight, and we'll see what it looks like. You see the rankings shake up so much in one fight, and it doesn't really do me any good to try to think ahead and plan out 3-4 opponents ahead, because we don't know who's going to win, who's going to lose, who's going to pop in the rankings, who's going to pop out. And so I'm focused on one guy right now. And I would say as far as wrestling skills go, there's no real comparison to what I'm able to do, in this division, I don't think. And I think that I have the best wrestling in the UFC. Feel like I'm just yapping saying that because of my accomplishments. So as far as wrestling goes, there's not really a comparison, but this isn't wrestling either. This is mixed martial arts, and you got to have more than that to be world class in this day and age.
Thank you.
Question. Everybody knows you have wrestling on the highest level, but how would you rate your striking from 0 to 10? And what is most hardest for you in transitioning through striking? What is most difficult?
It's anytime you learn something new. I've done a combat sport for 20 plus years, and learning something new is something that it can be really, really challenging and difficult. I feel like with striking, I've made really big improvements, and I'm improving every day on it. I have great coaches and great training partners, so I'm figuring it out. And yeah, I don't know if I can give myself a rating right now. It's definitely better than it used to be, and I'm looking to highlight that in this fight. Right? You know, I think something that's really important about this fight for me is it's going to determine. It's going to show that I'm a complete fighter and I have skills outside of just wrestling. Whereas, you know, the other fights I've been able to utilize the wrestling to really dominate. You know, Paul Craig is great off his back, so it's going to show that I have grappling skills, that I have striking skills, and yeah, that's been the main focus for me this last few months in this camp is just improving overall. But I'm really enjoying the striking.
Thank you.
So,
it's me, yeah.
I'll go ahead.
Bo, Miles Martin's name came up earlier, and I know it's probably not your favorite memory, but you know, what do you recall from the last time you fought it or competed at MSG?
Well, it's funny, you know, I've taken the positive of that and the negative of that. You know, negative not achieving. I've taken the positive of that and the negative of that. You know, negative not achieving this Saturday. You know, I've been there. I've experienced loss. I know what it feels like, and that motivated me for. It's been 8 years since that happened, and it's motivated me every day for 8 years. And now I get an opportunity to redeem myself a little bit in my mind.
Do you remember kind of the emotion, the feeling that you had going into that match and how it could be different this Saturday?
Yeah, I absolutely let that match kind of feel bigger than it was. And, you know, it was a big match and a big opportunity, but it definitely it overwhelmed me a little bit. And at the end of the day, I know that I'm not defined by winning and losing. You know, my value as a person, it doesn't have to do with my record in sports. And it's just about character, treating people well, and you know, my effort, my attitude, things like that. And that's really a big lesson of that experience.
Thanks. To follow up on two things you said earlier, you mentioned that we haven't seen the top college level wrestlers transition to MMA. Can you give us two names of people that you really wish had you miss?
Yeah, great question. Let me think a little bit. The first guy that I would love to see fight that I think would have been an amazing fighter is one of my teammates, Jason Nolf. You know, he had a very similar career to me, 3-time national champion, one of the most prolific pinners. Similar career to me, 3-time national champion, one of the most prolific pinners in the NCAA wrestling history. And so he would have been amazing. He's currently actually transitioned out of wrestling. He's competing in some jiu-jitsu submission grappling events. And so to see him fight would have been really amazing. And it could still happen eventually. You know, he's the same age as me. He's 28. So that could be in the future for him. But other than that, I mean, he was already mentioned, and you know, there's still potential as well. But a guy like Gable Stevenson would be amazing to see fight. He's somebody that is, you know, larger than life type of character, and he definitely has what it takes to compete at the highest level. And in the heavyweight division, it would be really cool. But there are tons of guys that would be amazing. I look at all my teammates at Penn State. Greg Kirkfleet, Aaron Brooks, Carter Strachey. These guys are all getting in there training with us when they have opportunities, and you know, there's potential for them to transition over. We had another one of my teammates, David Evans. He's still on the wrestling team, and he just took an amateur fight and submitted the guy in about 60 seconds. So these are guys that are still in college that are going to do big things here shortly, and I'm excited to watch it.
And last question, your striking was brought up, how you're learning on that. What goals do you set for yourself? Are they super shoot for the stars, I want to be the best striker in the UFC? Or is it taking it step by step, maybe? I want to get, you know, a clean knockout on the feet. How does that work for you?
Yeah, it's really just comes back to development, improving every day, and getting better. I think that my goals have shifted, and my focus has shifted dramatically in every area of the sport from, I have to be the UFC champion, pound for pound #1 fighter in the world as fast as possible. We need to get this done. It's shifted from that to just developing, improving, and getting better. I think that when you look at it from a perspective of I'm in this process, and I'm not doing this to reach the destination, I'm doing this to just enjoy the journey, then you don't set limits on yourself, and it's just more.
Viviani, over here. Obviously, it's been a little bit since we last saw you here at a media day, especially after, I believe you had to pull out of your last scheduled fight. So I guess physically, how are you feeling, since your last fight and, this close to fight?
Faz tempinho que a gente não vê você, especialmente no Media Day. Você não conseguiu lutar na última luta que estava marcada para você. Como é que você está fisicamente para essa luta?
Hoje eu estou me sentindo muito bem, né? 100% fisicamente. Após a minha última luta ali, eu sofri uma lesão no menisco, tive que fazer uma cirurgia. Me recuperei ali um pouquinho no UFCPI, lá em Vegas, né? Durante 2 semanas. Cancelei a luta. Tivemos que cancelar a luta contra a Jasmine, né? Em julho, que ia acontecer em julho. Mas hoje eu me sinto totalmente recuperada, né? Fisicamente. Então, estou indo com tudo aí para sábado agora.
Feeling great. So after last fight, after my most recent fight, I had an injury. So I was sustaining some injuries and I had some damage to the meniscus. Had to get surgery, recovered, spent some time in Vegas recovering from the VI. Had to pull out of that fight against Jasmine. It's going to happen in July, if I'm not mistaken. But now I had the time to recover and regroup, and I feel better and I'm very ready for this fight on Saturday.
Knee injuries are obviously, especially meniscus injuries, can be pretty severe for an athlete. So I guess how long did it take from after the surgery for you to feel like you could actually go 100% in camp?
Lesões do joelho, especificamente no menisco, são um pouco mais complicadas para os atletas e podem ser bem delicadas e sensíveis. Quanto tempo demorou desde o momento que você... Quanto durou desde a cirurgia até o momento que você conseguiu voltar a treinar e se sentiu 100%?
Então, eu fiz a cirurgia ali após a luta contra a Natália, né? E aí a minha recuperação foi bem rápida, o meu menisco ali não tivemos muito problema. Foi uma recuperação muito rápida, mas para a luta contra a Jasmine, ali, que seria em julho, eu ainda não estava preparada, né? Aí a gente teve que segurar um pouquinho, mas aí em seguida a gente já marcou a luta contra a Karine e aí sim eu estava me sentindo 100% preparada.
So the injuries, obviously, in the fight against Natalia, I actually had a very pretty quick recovery. I feel that it was very quick. Recovery was going pretty fast. I just didn't feel ready for that. I was not 100% ready for the fight against Jasmine. That's why I had to pull out. But as soon as that time passed, we already scheduled the fight against Karine, and I was ready.
And like you mentioned, you're fighting Karine. I'm curious what you make of her as an opponent because, she's still relatively new to the UFCs, but she's been fighting for, I think, about 12 years now, so she's not really a prospect. So I'm curious what you make of her just as an opponent.
E você está lutando contra a Karine. Só estou curioso para saber o que você pensa dela como adversária, porque ela está há pouco tempo no UFC, mas ela está lutando faz 12 anos. Então ela é novata, mas não ela é nova. Então, como é que você olha para ela como oponente?
A Karine está se mostrando com grande potencial, né, dentro da organização. E eu fico muito feliz assim do UFC ter feito esse match aí com ela, né? E é isso, ela é uma atleta com grande potencial, mas eu estou ali no meio do caminho dela e vamos ver o que acontece no sábado.
She's an athlete that has a lot of potential, and I'm very happy that the UFC decided to actually do this matchup and give us the opportunity to fight. Yeah, I mean, she is somebody who's grown in the organization, but I'm right there. I'm in her way, and let's see what happens on Saturday.
In the UFC, but before she got to the UFC, she was finishing a lot of people with grounded, pounded on the feet. So I'm curious, just she seems like a more well-rounded fighter, but does anything kind of stand out that maybe you haven't seen, or just everything, you've seen everything and it's nothing new?
Ela teve muitas finalizações na carreira dela, e antes, lá no começo, ela estava também finalizando muita gente com ground and pound e também de pé. Você é uma lutadora mais completa e já viu coisas, mas tem algo novo, tem alguma coisa que você vê nela que é uma oportunidade, coisas que você talvez não tenha visto em outras lutadoras por tudo que você já fez?
Sim, ultimamente, assim, as últimas lutas que a gente estudou da Karine, né, realmente ela busca bastante finalização. Mas não vamos esquecer que eu sou faixa preta de jiu-jitsu, nunca fui finalizada na minha carreira. E é isso, acho que ela não vai querer ir para o chão comigo. Acho que a luta vai se desenrolar mais ali na trocação e vai ser chumbo grosso.
I think, I know I've seen some of her fights, and I understand that she's had a lot of finishes, but you can't forget that I'm a jiu-jitsu black belt. And I know she's going to try to do something like that, but I mean, she's going to be, I think she should be wary before coming down to the ground. But listen, I'm ready to strike her and believe it's going to be some heavy artillery coming at her.
She had said that she kind of viewed you as the way to get, when she pushes through that door, she gets into the top 10 when she beats you. So what would a win over her do for your career?
Ela falou em entrevista a pessoa que se passa por você é o caminho dela para dentro do top 10. Para você, o que é passar por ela?
Eu acho que também é uma oportunidade, né, de mostrar o meu valor dentro da organização, porque eu sei que, com certeza, a Karine tem um grande potencial para estar entre as top 5 ali também, mas eu estou no caminho ali, eu não vou deixar isso acontecer.
To me, it's an opportunity to show the organization of where I belong to. I know I'm hung up, but and for me to get to the top 5, but I know she wants to go through me to go up, but I'm not going to let that happen.
Just last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between John and Stipe?
E a minha última pergunta, o que você acha que vai acontecer entre John Jones?
Eu acho que o John Jones ganha.
I think John Jones wins.
Viviani, I noticed you haven't been very active on social media in the lead up to this fight. What was the reason behind that?
Eu percebi que você não tem sido muito ativa em redes, não? Tá mais quieta?
Não, estou bastante. Muitas coisas pessoais também estão acontecendo na minha vida de forma muito grávida. A gente fez fertilização in vitro e então a gente está entrando no 8º mês e eu estou muito feliz, estou radiante e isso vai com certeza refletir na minha luta no sábado.
I know personal life, focus on this fight as well, and there's some cool things that are happening in my personal life. So my wife is pregnant. We actually went through the process. So we did it. She's actually 8 months pregnant. So so many good things in my life, and we just focus on things, and that's what's happening.
Congratulations. Part of obviously a massive pay-per-view. What does it mean just to you as a person to be in such an amazing spot of your career?
E você tá aí, card principal, tremendo do evento como esse aqui no Madison Square Garden. O que significa para você?
Feliz com a oportunidade que o UFC está me dando, com um card incrível, um card que, caraca, só tem estrela, né? E fazer parte disso torna o meu sonho em realidade, né? Que é lutar no Madison Square Garden. Então, isso me deixa muito feliz.
Such a great card, such an amazing event. I've never fought here, so it's a great opportunity. Is giving Madison Square Garden, fighting this card, so it's an amazing opportunity. Very happy about that. Eu imagino que não importa para você porque você quer lutar contra quem o UFC. Imagino que não importa para você porque você quer lutar contra quem o UFC dá, mas assim, você gostaria de repente lutar contra uma estrangeira para variar?
Cara, acho que assim, se fosse para escolher, sim, gostaria. Né, o valor ali do MMA feminino brasileiro que está cada vez mais crescendo e a gente está dominando o topo. Então faz parte do trabalho.
Yeah, of course, dude. I would love to fight. Of course. Dude, I would love to fight somebody. If I could choose, I would fight somebody from another nationality. But only shows improves the worth in Brazil. So,
thank you, guys.
What's up, everyone?
John, over here, other side. Right.
Is he here? Is he like right near? All right. Give me a second, okay?
You're good. You're good.
One second. All right. A little chilly up here. Okay, I'm ready. Sorry about that.
Well, John, this side, right here.
Hey.
Obviously, I think since the UFC became legal, or MMA was legalized in New I think since the UFC became legal, or MMA was legalized in New York, and they started to have these cards. Every interview you do, that usually kind of like, when are you going to fight in New York? When are you going to fight?